knocked Miss Joyce out this morning, so she may not be present in court today, but that's just due to a personal medical situation. The second, Your Honor, is my understanding from the defense is that they have admonished Dr. Terashenko about her testimony, but I will let the court know she is a very fast talker. She is highly opinionated, and she loves to rush answers out before anybody has even finished asking. So if I'm going to be objecting, I will try and do it as fast as possible, but that is a situation we may face during her testimony.
All right, is the doctor here?
He's here, Judge.
Okay. Yeah, the only thing that I will note is I only have one court reporter, so we can only have one person speaking at a time, and I always encourage, although it works occasionally, having folks first of all understand that sometimes questions from lawyers can go on and on and on. But that the witness needs to wait till the question's done. And then what I suggest is pause a second before the answer.
And I could tell the court, we shared with her the strike throughs on what the court had excluded. However, my understanding is that what she talked about in the previous sworn testimony, that all that, as well as the reports that were not redacted, are fair game as long as they fit within her qualifications. And so for that portion, there may be, just given that the court redacted the aspiration portion, but left some portions out, I'm probably going to be, if it's okay with the parties, I'm probably going to be leading her through that just to ensure that we don't, I mean, I'm happy to ask open-ended questions, but I just don't know if that's actually what.
All right. Well, I guess my observation is this is a little bit of a hybrid situation. So within reason, the court will allow some leading questions on direct.
And then the last thing, Judge, is I had made a record. I think it was either the days are kind of blending in together, either yesterday or the day before, regarding just requesting leave to submit her original report for appellate review. And I believe I labeled that as Exhibit F. And so I just have a copy here. It's not to be admitted, but.
Okay, why don't yeah, why don't you just upload it into the JPod, and you can, if you want to upload it as suppressed, that's fine. And that way it will become part of the appellate record. Okay. Sure. Okay, good. First entry. The jury's returned. Please be seated. Court will recall people of the state of Colorado v. Nathan Woodyard, 21 CR 2794. Parties and counsel are present. Next witness for the defense.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the defense would call Dr. Nadia Iyovitz-Tereshenko.
If you'll step over to my right. Need to walk around the glass panels and I'll swear you in. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you'll please be seated. Once you're comfortably seated, I will ask that you speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone. And if you'll tell us your first and last name and then spell your last name for my court reporter.
Certainly. I'm Nadia Iyovitz-Tereshenko. The first name is Nadia. The last name is Iovettereschenko. Quite a mouthful.
Right, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
I've been practicing saying your name, Dr. Tereshenko. If I might refer to you as Dr. Tereshenko or doctor, would that be okay?
Perfectly fine.
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're employed?
Certainly. Nice to meet all of you guys. I'm Dr. Tereshenko. I work primarily as an emergency medicine physician. I work at several emergency rooms nationwide and travel there from place to place. And then I do additionally, obviously, some expert witness work and some insurance review work on the side.
And just given the glass screen that's surrounding you, can you just pull that microphone? There you go. Perfect.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Please speak up if you can't hear me or if I'm talking too fast. I tend to do both.
So, Ms. Tereshenko, can you tell us, I know you told us your profession. Can you tell us where you're employed?
Yeah, so I actually work as an independent emergency medicine physician, and I primarily work at 3 emergency rooms at 3 hospitals, one in Alabama, one in North Dakota, and one in East Texas. And I occasionally work in Pennsylvania as well.
Perfect. Did you have ties to Colorado?
Yes, I actually lived in Steamboat for about 10 years and moved from Steamboat last October.
See, so fairly recently.
Fairly recently, yep.
What degrees do you hold?
So I have a medical degree, a doctorate of medicine, an MD, as everybody kind of is familiar with it. And I also have a master's degree in health policy and healthcare improvement, and obviously a bachelor's degree in biology.
Perfect. And so I want to focus on your education, but more towards the medical piece. Okay. Can you tell us where you went to medical school and about how long it took you to graduate?
Yeah. So I started medical school in 2002. I actually at that time decided to start my medical education at a school called Touro University in California. It's an osteopathic medical school, and I really liked the osteopathic approach to the holistic part of medicine, not just kind of standard tests and medicines, but looking at kind of the whole body, and chose to actually go to that type of medical school. About halfway through, I at that point was considering a career in surgery, and it's pretty difficult as an osteopath to match into residencies, particularly in specialized surgical fields. And so I explored what it would take to potentially transfer schools from an osteopathic program to a more traditional MD program, an allopathic program as it's called. It's fairly difficult to do, but I actually was able to successfully do it, and transferred at the end of my second year and started my third year at Tulane in New Orleans and completed my third and fourth year of medical school in New Orleans at Tulane. There was no delay in my education. I literally moved over the course of a weekend between the end of second year and the beginning of third year. You don't get summer breaks during med school, unfortunately.
So you hate sleep.
Yeah.
Um, After medical school, where did your education take you?
So I finished medical school in, I guess it's 2006 at Tulane in New Orleans. And during your final year, you apply to residency programs, which are specialized training in your area of medicine that you'd like to specialize in. So it was in emergency medicine for me. I chose against surgery, obviously, during that third and fourth year, despite the change. And I matched to a program at UC Davis in Northern California in Sacramento and started my residency in emergency medicine there July of 2004.
And forgive me, residency, is that a 2, 3, 4-year program?
So it varies based on your specialty. In emergency medicine, they are traditionally 3-year programs. There are a few that are 4-year programs that have just kind of been that way for a long time. And then if you do some subspecialty portions, if you want to specialize in, ultrasound or bariatrics or something like that, there'll be additional years, but it's traditionally about 3 years.
Okay. And after residency?
After residency, I started working.
Perfect. Now, are you board certified? We've heard a bunch about board certification.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Board certified and recertified, I believe in 2019 was my last recertification.
And what are you certified in?
I'm certified by the American College of Emergency Medicine Physicians. So it's called ABEM, A-B-E-M.
I guess more of the subject matter.
Oh, sorry, emergency medicine.
Okay. And you have an interesting background. Prior to med school, I guess medical school, is that the first foray into the medical field for you?
No, not at all.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah. So I am, if you ask my mother, she'll tell you that I was interested in medicine from the time I was teeny tiny. I used to help take care of my great grandmother, would examine her when I was tiny and get in her lap and look in her ears and look in her mouth, and just always talked about it. And so she encouraged me to get involved in medicine very early. And I started just by volunteering, as a lot of people in medicine do, at a local hospital. Started volunteering primarily in the emergency room and absolutely fell in love with that environment. And at that point, I started to think, well, I want to go to med school, but it's a long way before, from the time they were in high school to get into medical school and actually start seeing patients. And so I tried to think, how can I get involved in medicine early? And I realized that, well, to the emergency room, a lot of people either come by themselves or they're brought in by paramedics. And I said, well, how do I get involved in that part of the world? And started exploring it and said, well, it's very reasonable to do an EMT program, maybe even go to paramedic school. At that point, I was mostly just thinking, do an EMT program, go to college, do the things you normally do, go to medical school. And so I enrolled in a 6-month EMT program, absolutely fell in love with it, started working as an EMT, continued to do that through my undergraduate education. Loved it so much that I went and did paramedic school while still working, while still going to college, and essentially delayed medical school for quite a while working as a paramedic because I enjoyed it so much. It was just such a wonderful field. I enjoyed everybody I worked with. I felt like I was really making a difference for the people I was taking care of in the field. And then eventually went to school.
Doctor,
Yes, sir.
my court reporter is trying to type down every word that you say.
I'm speaking too fast, aren't I?
Yes. I'm sure she'd appreciate it if you'd slow down just a bit.
And don't hesitate to remind me again. I tend to get excited and speak quickly.
I was watching her poor fingers fly, and so I was going to say something.
Sorry.
No worries. No. So 6 months of EMT training.
Yes.
Okay. How long were you an EMT?
So I was an EMT, I believe, for about a year. During that time, I attended paramedic school, but I worked as an EMT solely for about a year.
And how long is paramedic school?
So it depends on the school. The program I went to was just under a year's length in time, and they can vary from about 9 months to about a year. Some of them are even a little bit longer if they're more of a part-time program.
I see. And did you work as a paramedic?
I did.
How long did you work as a paramedic?
So I believe I started working as a paramedic in the same place where I was an EMT around January of 98, and actually continued to work as a paramedic until the day I started residency in 2006. Obviously not full-time when I was in med school, but still pulled shifts, loved being on the ambulance, loved kind of being in that world.
That's cool. Uh, I'm sorry, what was that year? I didn't catch
I
that.
started residency in 2006.
So about 8 years?
Yes. I think 10 years total between EMT and paramedic.
Okay. Wow.
Or nearly that.
So if I understand in terms of the amount of knowledge learned, we're talking first step is EMT, and then there's an additional step that goes up to paramedic school. Is that fair?
Correct. For the pre-hospital environment, yes.
And then we're talking about medical school. Is that a kind of a bigger jump, much bigger jump?
Very much so, yes.
So that's interesting. Do most physicians hold that paramedic experience?
It's not most by any means. There's definitely some physicians, especially in emergency medicine, who were paramedics, were EMTs. You know, they loved that environment and went on to become doctors. But it's certainly not most. I'd say among the doctors I work with regularly, I think there's only one other one I work with that was an EMT for a short period of time.
See. And did I hear that you also decided to figure out how to get a master's in between all that?
Yes.
Okay, what was your master's in?
So I have a master's from Dartmouth in a program that's very specialized called the Clinical Evaluative Sciences, which is essentially a master's looking at health policy, healthcare improvement, patient decision-making, kind of how can we improve medicine overall?
As a emergency room physician, do you treat live patients?
Yes, every day.
What about as a paramedic?
Yes, live patients every day.
Uh, Talk to me. I guess let's talk about any positions you currently hold. Can you briefly tell us what positions you hold right now?
So I'm obviously an emergency medicine physician on staff at the various hospitals that I work at in the emergency department. I don't hold any kind of official positions outside of that other than some of the consulting that I do in expert witness work and insurance review work and what's called peer review work, where you review the charts of other physicians to see if the care is appropriate, if there's a question about the care, et cetera. Kind of blends that 2 points. I've held some other positions in the past.
And let's talk about that. There's one with the clinical affairs for MedCorps.
Correct?
Can you tell me a little bit about
Yep.
that?
So from kind of mid 2019 to the end of 2021, in addition to working clinically, I held a corporate position for a company called MedCorps. They are a corporation that their primary role is that they staff clinics at various employers. So your big Target distribution center will have a clinic inside the distribution center. That corporation was the one that staffed the nurse there or the paramedic who staffed there, or sometimes even a doctor, depending on the level of clinic. And in my role, I was on the administrative side as part of the clinical affairs department. And in that role, we obviously oversaw all of our clinicians in their medical roles. We wrote policies for them. We wrote protocols under which they worked if they were paramedics or nurses, because those individuals can't work without a protocol. We obviously reviewed their care, did QI, and obviously some administrative work working with our clients and things like that.
So we've heard the term protocols a bunch lately. Can you tell us the significance of a protocol in the world of paramedics and medicine?
Sure. So the term protocol is typically used to describe a document that delineates what an individual who can't make individual medical decisions can do. And it's under the direction of whoever the physician is who signs the protocol. So it's typically developed by either a physician or a group of physicians, and you're working under what's called delegated medical authority. So that physician who's not there seeing the patient with you is delegating to you as a clinician in your field, EMT, paramedic, nurse, that you can do these certain things that are qualified under their license if you see a patient with particular conditions. And it's very much kind of organized around conditions. Somebody with chest pain, somebody who has difficulty breathing, maybe somebody who has a seizure, and it says, assess them. If you identify this particular condition, then you can do these various treatments. And those are treatments that you're allowed to do as if the doctor was there and ordered you to do them.
Help me understand the difference. Help me understand the difference in protocols from professions. right? Me as an attorney, if I violate my employer's protocols, I might talk to HR.
Right.
Talk about a paramedic. You know, what is the significance of that protocol?
Check the relevance.
Response?
It's more directed towards the last part. I'm trying to hone in on the medical authority.
All right.
And I can rephrase.
That's fine.
Okay. So in terms of, let me put it this way. Paramedics, do they have prescription authority?
No.
And can you explain what your understanding of prescription authority is?
So they certainly can't prescribe medicines. They can't decide to just give any medicine that they're familiar with. It would be only what's designated in the protocol under which they're treating a patient.
What about diagnostic authority?
So same sort of thing. They obviously assess a patient and make what's called a working diagnosis. So it's unlike when a physician diagnoses you with perhaps high blood pressure or a stroke. It's that they suspect this or they see all the signs to suggest this, and they use the term working diagnosis, and that helps to guide which protocol they choose. And then they can treat you under that protocol based on the things within that protocol. So there may be a medication that's appropriate for you. It designates, give aspirin or give this type of medicine. There may be further diagnostics that it recommends, do a blood sugar test, take an EKG, whatever it may be. And that designates, they can't just choose anything that they may carry on their ambulance or on their fire truck and just give it to you unless it's designated in the protocol.
So the protocols, who, I guess, you mentioned a medical director. Can you explain that a little bit more in terms of how a medical director establishes a protocol that delegates authority to the paramedic?
Sure. So every department in which there are paramedics, EMTs, whether it be a private ambulance company, the city of Denver, the fire department, anywhere where there's a person that works at, or even MedCorps, where we had EMTs and paramedics working within the company, they have to have a physician who oversees them. And that physician is responsible for determining what those individuals under their purview can do. And that's where the protocols are. And in various settings, the individual medical director might actually write every single protocol themselves. In some environments, like in Denver and in Sacramento, where I first worked and was part of the EMS, what's called a liaison committee, we actually, as a committee, reviewed and wrote protocols that were used throughout all the departments in that area. And I believe it's similar here in the Denver metro area, that there's a large group that discusses protocols, works on them. Ultimately, the medical director for your individual agency, so the medical director who oversaw the agency I worked for when I was a paramedic, makes the decisions about, in my agency, these protocols can be used, and they can sometimes change and add additional protocols as a special kind of request to the overseeing body that they report to. But ultimately, as a paramedic, you can only work under the protocols that your medical director has approved and are designated as your guiding protocols.
I see. As a paramedic, do you have experience working under protocols?
Yes.
Okay. In your current role as well as your past role with MedCorps, do you have experience developing the protocols?
Yes, I don't develop any protocols currently in my role, but I did certainly in the past, both at MedCorps and was involved in the committee in Sacramento when I was working there for developing and overseeing and editing protocols within that system.
In terms of your experience in the medical field, do you publish peer-reviewed articles?
I don't traditionally. I've written a few. They were mostly related to my education and some research and some interests that I had. I haven't published any peer review journals in quite a while because my areas of interest are a little bit different than research-based.
Talk to me about this award by the International Association of Emergency Medicine. What is that?
Fill me in, please, maybe.
Yes. I see in your CV a top emergency medicine physician.
Oh, yeah. So there are some organizations nationwide and worldwide that oftentimes pick out physicians in various specialties that they feel are kind of top leaders in their field. And it's based on recommendations of others or things that they have read from your journal articles, things like this. If any of you have flown on an airplane, oftentimes there's kind of the top dermatologist, the top cardiologist is listed in those little magazines that you find on the plane. Similar type of a thing. They are plucked out by the organization. They interview you. They decide that, they feel that you meet the qualifications for their standards and are placed on that.
Okay. Are you involved in teaching?
I do some teaching, yes.
Okay. And who do you generally, like, who's the audience?
Yeah, so currently, in a couple of the hospitals that I work in, we have residents and medical students and even fellows in just medical students, obviously just medical students. The residents are either family practice or there's some emergency medicine residents. And there are fellows who are typically family practice doctors. They're people who've completed their residency but have an interest in working in the emergency department. And so they do a 1-year fellowship to learn more of the nuances of treating people in the emergency room, as opposed to just their typical clinic care.
Now, I want shift focus more on your experience with pre-hospital care. First off, can you tell us what is pre-hospital care?
So the term pre-hospital care typically refers to all the care that you receive before you get to the hospital. So it's traditionally what you think of. I call 911 because I'm concerned about something with me or my family member, and the ambulance shows up at my house. They take care of me from the time that they've arrived to the time that I get to the hospital. And then from there, it's sort of in-hospital care.
I see. And what qualifications or experience do you have with pre-hospital care?
So obviously I worked as an EMT and paramedic in that world. And I've been involved obviously in the oversight and development of some protocols, as we talked about, some quality assurance throughout the hospitals, looking at paramedic care. And I did some teaching previously of some paramedic programs, not as a primary instructor, but as a adjunct instructor or guest instructor for several programs.
Now I want to shift your focus on your expert testimony. Okay.
Sure,
Have you served as an expert witness before?
I have.
Okay. Um, have you served as an expert witness in the Elijah McClain matter?
Yes.
Can you tell us approximately when did you first get involved in this Elijah McClain matter?
So I believe it was around June of 2021. The Attorney General's office reached out to me asking for my expertise and consultation in this case.
Okay. And regarding that expertise and consultation, did you testify in sworn testimony?
I did.
Sustain.
Now, I want to be clear. For this trial, have you been retained by the
Objection 401 and 403.
we can talk about
The
us?
courts previously ruled that.
Do you remember when the Woodyard team reached out to you?
Yes, I want to say it was around the early part of August of this year.
Now, at this point in time, or I guess how many times would you say you've testified as an expert witness in general?
In various settings, would you include depositions and testimony?
Sure.
Okay, so including depositions, probably, I don't know, 10 to 12. A lot of the work I do is reports and consultations.
And in your role as an expert witness, do you generally favor one side or the other?
I don't have a preference. I don't pick based on that. If somebody reaches out to me to ask me to look at a case or potentially, retain me as an expert, my question is always about the case, the situation, and look at it for its merits. And it's not about whose side I'm on.
If we take a look at your experience testifying as an expert, will we find an even split for prosecution defense, or would it be slated one way or the other?
I'd say it's probably relatively even.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move to qualify Dr. Tereshenko as an expert in the area of paramedic roles, protocols, trainings, and pre-hospital care. Bless you.
Excuse me, board or objection.
Good morning, Dr. Terashenko.
Good morning.
You mentioned those magazines in airplanes with like the top doctors.
Yes.
They, they like pay for placement in those publications, right?
You know, I don't know how you end up in that publication. I did not pay for a placement in mine. It was something that I was reached out to and was nominated for, and they
Okay.
reviewed. I don't know specifically in those publications how they're chosen.
Okay.
It just came to mind because you see that on every airplane magazine, I think.
So Dr. Terashenko, based on that first question, I can tell we're going to have an issue when I'm asking you questions. First, can you speak like 50% slower?
We'll do my best.
Okay. And if I ask you a question like, do they pay for placement in those publications? Instead of giving me your whole story about your publication, can you just answer my question of whether you know if they pay for publications?
I will do my best.
Okay. I'm a big talker too. I know it's hard and I understand. So what I will try and do is go like this if I see you answering too many questions. Is that okay?
Sure.
And for the record, I'm holding my hands up in a gesture. So I'd like to talk about what you described as pre-hospital care. And I think you described it as everything that happens before you get to the hospital. Is that right?
That's typically what pre-hospital refers to, yes.
Sure. Pre and hospital.
Correct.
And specifically paramedic pre-hospital care, those paramedics operate under the authority of a medical director when they administer medication, right?
When they administer medicine, yes.
And the medical director is a doctor who's essentially providing them authorization to do something as paramedics that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do without the doctor's permission.
Yeah, it's not exactly permission. It's called delegated authority. So they're delegating these particular actions like a medication or a examination or some additional steps as if the doctor was there and telling them do this real time.
Okay. So in paramedic pre-hospital care, the paramedics aren't diagnosing medical conditions. They're acting under this delegated authority.
So they're not diagnosing in the way that a physician traditionally diagnoses, but they are certainly evaluating you. And
So I asked you if they are diagnosing. So the answer is no, they're not diagnosing, right?
but we talked about a working diagnosis, and so the term diagnosis may be unclear to some. So I'd like to clarify if I can.
And that is exactly the relationship I want to talk to you about, because on cross-examination, you just answer my questions. Are you okay with that?
Sure, but I want to make sure they're clear.
I guess what I'll just note is the witness just needs to answer the question. If somebody needs elaboration, they will ask for it.
Are you comfortable abiding by the instruction, doctor?
Fine.
Okay. In a paramedic pre-hospital care environment, if somebody dies in the paramedic's care, they would describe what happened, but they are not the ones who fill out a death certificate, are they?
They do not.
Let me object. Is this blood here or is this pus?
Yeah, I think we're getting into cross rather than Woodyard.
Well, Judge, I believe that the expert qualification that she's going to be offered for is for paramedic pre-hospital care, and I want to delineate what the limits of paramedic pre-hospital care are.
All right, I'll allow inquiry into that area.
So in that situation, or just generally, paramedics aren't the ones who make calls about cause of death, right?
No.
And that would be for a pathologist or a doctor to do.
Yes.
But that's all I have for you, Dr. Terashenko. Thank you.
All right, the court will allow the witness to explain and opine in the area of paramedic pre-hospital care.
Now, Dr. Terashenko, do you recall drafting a report dated August 1st back in 2021?
Yes.
Was this report drafted prior to knowing I? Want me to respond, Judge?
Sure.
I'm just trying to get the orientation on when this report was made.
Well, she answered that.
I'm sorry?
She answered that.
Okay. Well, I guess my question is, what, I just wanted to know, did I ask you to draft that report? Just go
Stay.
towards. Well, let's talk about this April 1st, 2021 report. Did you review materials related to the Elijah McClain matter?
Yes.
I'm not going to cover all the materials that you reviewed, but I just want to know some specific ones. Okay. Are these materials related to the Aurora Fire Department's protocols and trainings?
Yes.
As part of this, were you provided with the Aurora Fire Department's procedures in place in 2019?
Yes.
Did you receive protocols from Aurora Fire related to ketamine and pre-hospital ketamine?
I received their protocols. It was not from them, though.
Okay. Did you receive trainings on pre-hospital ketamine?
Yes.
Did you receive expert reports?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was Dr. David Buther part of that?
I believe it was one of the expert reports I received. Yes.
What about Dr. Roger Mitchell?
I believe that was one as well.
Did you also receive body camera footage from the Aurora Police Department?
Yes.
In forming your August 1st, 2021 report, did you also take into consideration Dr. Sina's original and supplemental autopsy reports?
I believe so.
What about any patient care reports and hospital records?
Yes, those were all provided to me as well.
Why are those important for your review?
So medical records, including patient care reports from the pre-hospital environment, are essentially the record of what happens to a patient during their care. Every time you go to the emergency room or see your doctor in the office or a paramedic treats you, they complete a report, a note essentially of what happened. How did you get there? What was your complaint? What did we do? What were the findings of any examinations, tests, et cetera? And it's the record of your care. And it's designed not only to memorialize what happened then, but also somebody can look at it in future to know what's happened with you. For the example of the emergency room, you go follow up with your primary care doctor. He wants to know what happened in the emergency room. So this is standard practice in all of medicine.
And so can you tell us what your involvement was in 2021? Like, what were you asked to do?
So
This goes towards why she's testifying as an expert.
All right. Well, the court will overrule the objection if the answer really concerns what question she was asked to look into.
Right. Thank you. So what were you asked to look into back in 2021?
So in 2021, the Attorney General's office reached out to me and asked me specifically to.
So ordered. The question was what she was asked to look into, not who asked.
Terribly sorry. I was asked to look into the care provided by the Aurora paramedics on a particular date for a particular individual and whether that care met the standard of care and was in keeping with their protocols.
Perfect. And so when we're talking about the Aurora paramedics, are we talking about the Aurora Fire Department?
Yes.
Okay. Did that also include Felk?
Falk is the transporting agency for Aurora Fire Department, and they also have paramedics on their ambulances.
Okay. And the person, so were you looking into, I guess just to clarify, were you looking into how the Aurora Fire Department treated Elijah McClain?
Yes.
Okay. And were you asked opinions about their standard of care?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the materials I asked you about, I'm not, as I mentioned, I wasn't looking to cover every single material that you were provided to review. But as we go along, if there's anything that, if there's any materials, additional materials that you deem relevant as we discussed, can you just bring it up?
Certainly.
Were you particularly tuned into the training surrounding ketamine provided to Aurora Fire?
Yes, I certainly reviewed those.
And did you review the trainings on ketamine for Aurora Fire?
Yes.
Did you also review the Aurora Fire Department's guiding protocols?
Yes,
Those are the ones that we're talking about coming down from the medical director.
correct.
Based upon your review of the Aurora Fire Department's protocols and training materials, do they adhere to the standard you'd commonly see in the field of paramedics?
Yes, they seem like very typical protocols and trainings.
Based upon your review of the materials, did you become familiar with the name Peter Chikuniak?
Yes.
Who is Peter Chikuniak?
Peter Chikuniak is was the lieutenant on the fire engine that responded to the call for service for Elijah McClain.
Were you able to review his training history with the Aurora Fire Department?
Yes.
Based on the records, is it fair to say that he is a trained paramedic?
Yes.
Um, did you also become familiar with the name Jeremy Cooper?
I did.
And who is Jeremy Cooper?
So Jeremy Cooper was the paramedic on the same engine that Peter Skuniak was on and acting as the paramedic on that scene.
Okay. Also, same question. Is it fair to say, based on your review, that he's a trained paramedic?
Yes.
Were paramedics Cooper and Chikuniak the only medical personnel that were that appeared to aid or appeared for Mr. McClain?
No.
Specific to the, I guess, area of Colfax and Billings, do you remember what other medical personnel responded?
Yes, so on the fire engine, there's a crew of 4. The other 2 individuals were both trained as EMTs, acting as the engineer and as a firefighter EMT. And as we mentioned previously, Falk Ambulance transports for Aurora Fire, so they responded. I believe that that crew was a paramedic and EMT.
So in terms of Aurora Fire, did firefighter Austin Bradley, is that one
Yes, I believe that's the name of the paramedic on the Falk ambulance. Or excuse me, not on the ambulance, that was on the fire engine.
from? Is he a trained EMT basic?
Yes, I didn't review his individual training records, but based on the information I was provided, he's trained as an EMT.
Okay. Was there also the engineer Daniel De Jesus?
Yes,
Okay. Is he from the materials that you saw, is he EMT basic trained?
yes,
Then you mentioned the Falk ambulance.
yes,
Were there 2 individuals with the Falk ambulance?
yes, there were.
Was that Ryan Walker
Yes, that was the paramedic, I believe,
and Elisa Gonzalez?
and that was the EMT,
Okay. Ryan Walker was the paramedic?
the paramedic on the Falk ambulance.
With respect to both focusing more on Lieutenant Chikuniak and Paramedic Cooper, I guess let me ask you, is there a difference between Lieutenant Chikuniak and Paramedic Chikuniak?
I mean, probably from the perspective of his role at the fire department, but not as a medical professional.
With respect to those 2, Mr. Chikuniak and Mr. Cooper, what is your understanding regarding the roles that they played on the night of August 24th, 2019?
So based on what I can understand from the materials I reviewed, paramedic Cooper was the primary paramedic on that scene. That's his primary role on the engine. He's plays in the fire paramedic role. Lieutenant Sikuniak is also a trained paramedic, but his primary role, in addition to obviously being support and provide some paramedic expertise, was to oversee the safety of the general scene, the safety of his crew, making kind of the oversight decisions for his entire fire crew.
I see. Regarding paramedic or Lieutenant Chikuniak and paramedic Cooper, is it your understanding that I guess, they were in charge of the medical care for Elijah McClain?
Yes.
Okay. And did they, to your knowledge, inject Mr. McClain with anything?
Yes, they gave him a injection of ketamine.
We're going to hone in on that a little bit more. Okay.
Sure.
But from a 30,000-foot perspective, before I start getting into the details, let me ask you, with respect to Lieutenant Chikuniak and paramedic Cooper, were you asked to provide an opinion on whether they deviated from the standard of care expected of a reasonable and prudent paramedic?
Yes,
And is that opinion based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
it is.
And what is that opinion?
So my opinion is that they did, in fact, deviate from the standard of care of a reasonable paramedic.
With respect to paramedic Cooper and Chikuniak, were you asked to provide an opinion on whether they deviated from their guiding protocols?
Yes,
And is that opinion based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
it is.
Can you tell us what that opinion is?
In my opinion, they deviated from their guiding protocols as well.
I want to expound upon that now.
Sure.
What is the primary job of a paramedic when they arrive at a location?
So their primary job, obviously, is to take care of whoever is in need of medical care. There's a kind of big span of how that works, but ideally, they should be assessing, evaluating, treating them according to the protocols to provide them the best care, and then definitively taking them to a hospital for definitive care.
In your review of the body cams that you were provided, body camera footage of the materials that you're provided, did you see when the paramedics had arrived?
Yes, you can see on the body camera footage when they appear first on the scene, or where you can first see them on the footage.
So take us through in terms of when a paramedic arrives. What is the first thing they're supposed to do in terms of patient care?
Sure. So typically, when a paramedic arrives, whether it be on a fire engine or on an ambulance, you first obviously stop your vehicle, whatever it may be, and get out of it. You take your equipment with you that you need, and you approach the scene. You want to obviously initially approach it cautiously, making sure that it's a safe place for you to be, that there's not some kind of imminent danger to yourself or your crew. Once you kind of determine that it's safe, then you begin sort of your assessment of the patient. And typically, there's more than one crew member on an ambulance or a fire truck, and some of that is divided. Oftentimes, one person will talk to the patient or approach the patient immediately. Other people will gather additional information for other people at the scene. They may say, "Oh, what medications does he take? What else happened? What did you see?" But the primary paramedic or individual treating the patient typically approach the patient, oftentimes introduce themselves, ask the patient their name, ask them what happened, start to glean some information, and begin part of their examination. Part of that is asking questions, and part of that is actually hands-on examination of vital signs, physical examinations, things that you would typically see in any kind of medical setting.
That communication with the patient.
Mhm.
Um, are we talking about like bedside manners, like, oh, you should really just introduce yourself, or is there an importance attached to that?
So it's obviously nice to introduce yourself so they know who you are, but part of that is also to glean, how does the individual who's the patient respond to you? Do they, make eye contact with you? Do they respond in a coherent way? If I ask you, what's your name? Do you tell me your name, or do you say something that makes no sense, or do you not answer me at all? These things all help you kind of sense where is that individual from their mental status perspective, and can also help you, even if they answer you appropriately, maybe they're struggling to get those words out, and that may guide you that, hey, they're having some difficulty perhaps with their breathing or with their ability to make speech. It kind of helps you as part of your assessment.
Is this something that's required of paramedics, or just a trick of the trade, or what?
It's really part of the standard education. From a required perspective, you're required to assess, and part of the assessment is to assess the patient's ability to think. Are they making reasonable thoughts? Are they oriented? Are they able to speak? These are part of standard assessment tools.
I see. You used the word assessment a couple times, so let's get into that.
Mhm.
What does an assessment typically require?
So the word assessment essentially is the word that oversees kind of everything that we do to examine you, to sort of figure out what's going on with you. So it starts with just saying hello to you. How do you respond to me? It kind of gives me a sense of, are you awake? Are you conscious? Do you know? Are you oriented? Also gives me, as we touched on, a sense of, are you able to speak? Are you able to make words? Do you seem like it's difficult? And then there's a lot of additional adjuncts to an assessment. It's not just visually and talking to you, excuse me. A lot of different aspects to an assessment. It's not just a visual component and just speaking to people. Assessments include, obviously, physical assessments of a patient, starting with vital signs, checking their pulse, their blood pressure, their respirations, the level of oxygen in their system with a pulse oximeter, and examining portions of their body, listening to their lungs, examining their abdomen, looking at particular injuries, and it can be very detailed depending on the situation.
I see. So it sounds like situation dependent, but tell me more about this assessment. Is it still required regardless?
Sure. So an assessment is absolutely required in every situation. You must always assess the patient, at least a basic assessment of their level of consciousness, their vital signs, and assess whatever portions are needed to determine what you think is going on with the patient. So if somebody calls you because they sprained their ankle, you may not need to fully examine their ears and their eyes if they have no complaint with that, and it may be more focused to their ankle. But in somebody who is perhaps confused or been involved in a big motor vehicle accident, something like that, a full assessment from the tip of their head to the tips of their toes is absolutely important.
In this initial assessment, is a pulse I can never pronounce this,
Oximeter.
oximeter, thank you. Is a pulse oximeter typically used?
Yes, it's one of the many tools that paramedics carry in their toolbox, and it's a device that helps to measure the general oxygenation of blood through a finger.
And what is the oxygenation of blood? Tell us what is that supposed to tell the paramedic?
So it helps. The pulse oximeter, first of all, is a little device that clips on the tip of your finger, and it measures with a light kind of the amount of oxygen being carried around in your blood. A lot of people became very familiar with this during COVID. Everybody was buying a pulse oximeter. And so for a paramedic, it helps as one of many tools that we use and part of the assessment to get an adjunct sense of the level of oxygenation of the patient. So one would expect if a patient is not having a trouble oxygenating, they're getting air in, oxygen is getting into their bloodstream, that their pulse oximeter reading would be in a normal range.
Is that typical as part of the initial assessment, or is this situation dependent?
So it would be typical for most situations. Certainly in the example we used, somebody sprained their ankle. If they have no respiratory complaint, they don't appear to have any difficulty breathing, it seems to be an isolated ankle injury. You may not get a pulse oximeter reading, but you'll certainly do other aspects of vital signs. That's standard.
What about checking for respiratory rate?
That's absolutely standard in all patients.
Okay, tell us about that. What is that supposed to tell the paramedic?
So all people have a standard kind of respiratory rate, and it varies. There's kind of a standard guideline, people breathe between this amount and this amount. And if you're breathing outside of those typical range, same thing with pulse and blood pressure, it suggests that there's something perhaps going on with that system. So if you're breathing very, very fast, perhaps you're short of breath, or maybe you need to breathe fast because there's a metabolic process in your system that makes you need to breathe faster to remove toxins in your system that are building up, et cetera. It should guide you to say if something's not quite right.
Now, we've heard a lot about hypoxia. Is this initial assessment designed to catch these things?
Absolutely.
What about acidosis?
So acidosis in the pre-hospital environment is a little bit more nuanced and much more difficult to diagnose. Acidosis technically means that you have acid in your bloodstream, and to truly determine acidosis, one has to get a laboratory test, which certainly labs are not practical to do in the pre-hospital environment. There's certainly some things in the physical exam that can clue you in that somebody perhaps may be acidotic in the right environment. So for example, somebody who has diabetes and their diabetes is very much out of control, they create a lot of acid as a byproduct for this excessive sugar. And those people will breathe fast and deep to kind of get rid of some of that acid through their respiratory system. It's not a problem with their lungs. It's just one way that your body can get rid of the acid. It gets rid of acid in other ways. It's quite nuanced. Sorry. Okay, that's okay.
So I think I need to bring up my pace of speed and you need to bring yours down. We'll meet somewhere in the middle. How about that?
Excellent. We'll do
Okay.
that.
You said it's a little bit more nuanced.
So the diagnosis of acidosis or the suspicion of acidosis in a physical exam is very nuanced. It can just give you a clue that there might be something to kind of suggest that you should do some further testing, which is certainly outside of the purview of the pre-hospital environment.
I see. Now, when you say nuance, can you explain that a little bit more to me? Are paramedics able to just diagnose or catch? Are they trained on that for acidosis pre-hospital?
We're trying to check for that outside the scope of reports and also the scope of opinion. I should just say it's outside.
Response.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. If it's outside the paramedic training, that's exactly what we're looking for.
Well, I think what the objection was too is it outside of the opinion that was rendered?
Judge, in terms of this initial assessment, in terms of what they're looking for and the specific purposes, I turned to page 23 of her August 5th, 2021. Starting on page 20 and goes into 23. It's about what these initial assessment is designed to catch, Judge.
All right, well, if acidosis isn't discussed in the opinion or the testimony, the objection is sustained.
What about in terms of this initial assessment? Is it designed to catch aspiration?
Certainly.
Let's talk about aspiration.
Sure.
Obvious signs for aspiration include coughing.
They do.
It includes gagging.
They can.
And includes clearing throats.
They can.
These are the things you would look for when someone aspirates.
Objection leading?
Well,
Sustained.
when talking about aspiration, what are the things you're looking for?
Sure. So aspiration is by definition when you get something into your lungs that doesn't belong there. Oftentimes it's vomit, spit, could be your coffee that you were drinking. It may be something more significant than that. You can aspirate a piece of a hot dog, things like that we hear about. And you're looking for signs and symptoms that suggest that. So oftentimes these people will be clearing their throat, coughing. They'll be trying to kind of get whatever's in their airway and in their lungs out. They will also potentially tell you in their history that they were drinking their coffee and choked on it, or somebody may tell you this person was eating a hot dog and choked on it. There will also be other features that would suggest to you perhaps that this person is at risk for aspiration. Somebody who's very sedated on alcohol and vomiting is at more significant risk because they're so sedated that they perhaps can't control their own ability to kind of cough that material out.
Now, when we're talking about the initial assessment, you'd also mentioned blood pressure, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that is required for a initial paramedic assessment?
Yes, it's part of the typical initial assessment of vital signs.
Okay. Let's say that the patient is in handcuffs. Are there easier methods than I imagine going to like CVS or something and sticking my arm and pinching my arm? I guess what is that called?
So that's a measure of blood pressure. So blood pressure, you do have to put a cuff around an extremity. It doesn't necessarily have to be an arm. You can get blood pressures on either arm. You can get them on the legs as well. And essentially it's a machine called a sphygmomanometer that inflates to a point where it cuts off the pulse and then it deflates, and specific measures of the pulse when it goes away and when it comes back gives you specific values in that. It's most often done by auscultation, by listening to the pulse come and go while you're inflating the blood pressure cuff. And that's what the automatic machines typically sense as well. But you can also get some surrogate measures of blood pressure by just feeling for a pulse. So if I inflate your blood pressure cuff and feel your radial pulse, it will disappear at some point. And so it gives me the value of that upper number. So it's the point at which your pulse disappeared. It's the upper systolic blood pressure. It won't give me a diastolic blood pressure, which is the lower number. We often think about blood pressures as an upper and a lower number. It can't give me that because that's when the lower number is when the sound kind of reappears. So it won't give you that because you can't feel that, but you can also get surrogate levels of blood pressure, not even with a blood pressure cuff. There are standards that are taught in paramedic school and in medical school that if you have a radial pulse, your blood pressure is a certain value. If you can't feel a radial pulse, but you feel one in the elbow, it gives you another value that gives you a general surrogate. If it's a carotid pulse, you only feel it in the neck, but not in the extremities, it's lower and it's kind of at this particular value. That's a standard teaching.
Let's put it this way. Are there other ways to get a assessment of the blood pressure other than putting on a cuff?
Yes.
Okay. Are there easier ways to do that if, say, the patient is in handcuffs?
Certainly, there's lots of ways to work around handcuffs.
And what is the significance of finding a blood pressure?
So blood pressure tells you a lot about the patient's status. So it gives you a sense of perfusion. You know, how much are they getting blood around their bodies? Certainly, if their blood pressure is extremely low, it may not be able to bring blood to the vital organs in the body. So your blood pressure kind of helps move that blood around from your heart to your lungs to your brain to your other vital organs. If it's extraordinarily high, it may help you in some of your diagnostics. You may think that if the blood pressure is extremely high and they're having shortness of breath, perhaps it's because they've got CHF fluid in their lungs related to their blood pressure in their heart. It's part of the general sort of diagnostics that help guide your working diagnosis.
Now, in terms of this assessment, are there things like a primary, secondary assessment?
There are.
Okay, talk to us. What's the difference here?
So the terms primary and secondary are oftentimes kind of oriented towards assessing the immediate life threats and for immediate life threats, and then doing a more detailed exam. So the primary assessment typically is based on ABC, so airway, breathing, circulation, level of consciousness, their orientation. And obviously, if you see any concerns with any of those, they're not breathing, they don't seem to have an airway, they don't have a pulse, you intervene on those immediately. The secondary is more detailed. You get into kind of the individual parts of the exam, the examination of their ankles, their chest and abdomen in more detail. You know, from a perspective of listening to lungs, that may fall into both. You know, part of their assessment of respiratory, maybe not just looking at how quickly they're breathing, but you may listen to their lungs for their adequacy of breathing, excuse me.
Well, are these assessments actually really important? Or are they just kind of like a check off list? Like, I just got to do this and move on to the next stage.
They're vital. Without the assessment, you can't determine what's going on with the patient.
Well, if they're so vital, I mean, can't you just rely on another agency to do them, like the police?
No, I mean, unless they're a trained paramedic that's working in that role, no.
Well, let's talk about the relationship between law enforcement and paramedics.
Sure.
As a former paramedic, are you and current ER doctor?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the difference between the roles of a paramedic and a law enforcement officer?
Certainly, I interact with both.
Okay. And so, who has medical control?
So the term medical control kind of typically refers to who's in charge for the patient to make the medical decisions, the assessment, take care of them, and that's typically makes the medical decisions and it makes the decisions about diagnosis and treatment, and that's typically the paramedic.
Do police officers, I guess, and specifically with what you reviewed with Aurora Fire, do police officers make medical decisions?
No.
What are the responsibilities, I guess, the differences in roles between a police officer and a paramedic?
So typically the police are there to provide safety for the scene. They may be the people putting somebody in custody. They are there to provide safety for the paramedics, the firefighters who are on scene, but they are not the medical individuals. Whereas the fire department paramedics are the ones who are there to provide medical care to the individual or group of individuals that need care.
From the paramedic perspective, are these clearly defined roles?
Yes.
Why is it important for each agency to have a clear delineated role?
So everybody has a special role on their scene, and they all do their particular role to try to get the best care for the patient. So the police officer would be maybe watching out to make sure nobody gets injured, nobody comes onto the scene to injure anybody. The paramedic is there to make sure that the patient and anybody around them that's also potentially a patient is cared for properly.
Would you, as a paramedic, expect a police officer to push you aside to conduct a medical assessment?
No.
Understand as a paramedic that you can't, well, I guess you as a paramedic, do you understand that you can't expect an officer to know medical issues?
Sustain, rephrase.
Certainly. Can you, as a paramedic, expect a police officer to know medical issues?
Rephrase.
From your review of the materials, can a Aurora Fire Department paramedic reasonably expect a Aurora Police Department officer to make medical decisions and identify medical issues? That's actually, I mean, if he wants to testify, I'm happy to ask him questions. But I'm happy.
All right, it was compound, so what, you break it into two questions.
Fair enough. Same question, broken up. Aurora Fire Department paramedic, can they expect a police officer to make medical decisions?
Not typically, unless that police officer also holds a dual role of being a paramedic in their role.
The Aurora Fire Department paramedic, can they expect a police officer to identify medical issues for them?
Not typically.
I want to go ahead and play you a clip. Okay.
Sure.
And my tech person's out today, so you're gonna have to bear with me. I will be playing you Exhibit 184, which is Sergeant Leonard's body cam footage. I'm going to be starting it at 22:52:24. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not getting the audio.
He was put into a quad. He did lose.
Well, it looks like I'm having trouble with the audio. Judge, I'm wondering if it's 10:50. Do we want our mid-morning break and I can tinker with that?
Well, I can turn the audio up a little bit.
I think it's coming from my laptop. So.
Oh, well, what you need to do is change the speaker output to external rather than internal.
Consciousness.
Oh, here's a hero.
Now he's obviously on something. So, yeah, he's gonna.
Let me try that again. I think his presence is spirit there.
He knows that he saw a guy.
So he was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness. He's throwing up right now, and he's obviously on something. So, yeah, we're gonna have to have him transported. Yes, what's that? I think we're okay for here. I appreciate it. Thanks.
From a paramedic perspective, Please tell us the significance of, I don't know if there's an issue, but that was Sergeant Leonard talking, okay? Please tell us the issue of Sergeant Leonard telling the paramedics the following things. I guess what you heard on the audio.
Sure. So it appears that Sergeant Leonard is providing some historical information about what happened prior to the arrival of the paramedics. That there was a carotid hold placed, that there's been some vomiting. These are all historical details.
Okay. Carotid hold, loss of consciousness as well.
Yes.
Throwing up,
Yes.
obviously on something.
Yes.
Okay. The fact that Sergeant Leonard told the paramedics these things, shouldn't that be enough to just replace their initial assessment?
Not at all.
Why?
Because that's only one very small portion of what an assessment entails. So part of your assessment is obviously getting some historical details from people who were there about perhaps what happened before you were there, things about the patient in general, if they have a history of something, if their family members are there and provide it, but it does not supersede your own assessment. You still have to interact with the patient, take their vital signs, examine them. That all plays key to determining what's going on with the patient.
Hearing those things as a paramedic, would that alert you to conduct an assessment?
Definitely.
Okay. Are you only going to do an assessment because of what you heard, or are you going to do it regardless?
No, assessments are done regardless, but some of the historical facts may help guide your assessment towards specific details that may need additional attention. Like you said, just put in a carotid hold that involves the neck, so you may want to do an extra examination of the neck, looking for specific things, as opposed to somebody who maybe told you they fell and sprained their ankle. One wouldn't necessarily suspect injuries in the neck. You'd still examine it, but maybe with not as much extensive detail.
Now, we don't hear Sergeant Leonard mention anything about Mr. McClain complaining about earlier breathing problems. Wow, I stumbled through that question. Let me try that again. What's not heard on the clip is Sergeant Leonard saying that Mr. McClain was complaining about breathing problems earlier. Tell us the impact of that from a paramedic standpoint.
Objection, speculation.
She's an expert, Judge.
I'll allow you to frame it as a hypothetical.
Thank you. As an expert in paramedic roles, protocols, training, as well as pre-hospital care, if you do not hear of complaints of breathing from a historical perspective, tell us the impact that has on you as a paramedic.
So that shouldn't impact you and your ability to assess the patient. So historical.
Let's go towards the initial assessment. And also she talks a lot in terms of pages. 1 second. '41 and 94, and if you want me to approach, I can explain what she said there, Judge.
All right.
Let me ask you in terms of the police officer's statements to a paramedic, okay? What significance do they have?
So police officer's statement to a paramedic is no different than any other bystander's statement to a paramedic when you arrive. Provides you some degree of information based on what the police officer had to relay. Maybe historical, maybe something that they saw, maybe something that they're specifically concerned about, but it's part of just the bystander relayed information. It doesn't supersede anything else that you do as a paramedic.
Can it, should it cloud a paramedic's decision?
Not at all.
Should it cloud a paramedic in terms of what they're supposed to do with their initial assessment?
Not at all. It's part of the additional data that you receive.
Okay. You mentioned the term historical. What does that mean?
So I'm using the term historical to say perhaps what happened before the paramedics arrived. It may be what happened 1 minute before they arrived. It may be something that you historically know about the patient from years ago. They had a heart attack in the past. They are known to be a diabetic, or it can be 1 minute ago he was vomiting. These are all kind of things before the paramedics arrived.
Okay. But if they don't tell the paramedic certain things, doesn't that impair the paramedic?
No, the paramedic's job is still to assess the patient. And ultimately, you'll ask questions of the patient and you'll ask questions of people that were there at the scene that you think may be able to provide you additional information when you need further clarifying questions to help you assess.
Are paramedics trained to ask questions related to their medical, assessment?
Absolutely.
Can a paramedic say, well, I didn't complete an assessment because they didn't complain about a certain thing?
No, it's your job to assess the patient. As part of that assessment, you try to glean what their complaint is. You might ask them, what's going on today? And they'll say, I can't breathe, or I sprained my ankle. But that's one part of the assessment. That's what's called the chief complaint.
I want to turn your attention now to a different exhibit, and cross your fingers. Exhibit 179, this is Officer Green's body camera.
Okay.
This will be much smoother now. And so if I could play you Exhibit 179, starting at 22:55:03. Okay.
Don't move, dude. Just stay on your side. Supposed to be rolling this way, dude. Are you able to?
So he's put into a quad.
There you go. Just like that. Don't get up, dude. It's not gonna be good for you. I'm telling you right now.
Dude, if you keep messing around, I'm gonna bring my dog out. He's gonna dog bite you. You understand me? Keep messing around.
I think we're okay for here.
Watch your step, dude. You're
Yeah,
right as puke.
it's a little bit.
I'm going to play this a little bit more, but I'm going to ask you a question about that right there. Do you see
The
that
orange box.
orange box? Okay, continue playing, please.
Don't do it, dude.
Relax, bro.
Chill out.
It doesn't sound.
No. When we try to stop him, dude.
Come on. So does he say anything in English or anything like that?
He speaks English,
Yeah, he's.
but he's definitely on something. He's not happy.
Okay. Stop messing around, man.
Chill out.
Well, we'll just leave him.
You've already been told several times to stop.
I can't sense myself. Ow! Just leave him there until the ambulance gets here, and then we just put him down to the gurney.
Yeah, I know you're busy, but I need to let you.
All right, couple questions. Did you see an assessment by a paramedic there?
Not a full assessment.
And what did you see?
So it appears that that's paramedic Cooper that you can kind of see to the right-hand side of the screen.
Response.
That's fine, I can rephrase it.
All right.
Let's say this individual here, okay?
Yes.
Does he complete an assessment?
No, not a complete assessment.
Okay. Does he complete an assessment as required, or I guess a sufficient enough assessment per the standards of care of paramedics?
Not at all.
Um, Why is just asking if he speaks English not enough for an assessment?
Because you're only asking one question about what language he speaks. It doesn't tell you anything about his complaint, whether he can talk to you, and it doesn't actually ask the patient anything.
Now, I wanted, as we mentioned, I wanted to talk about that orange box.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that orange box is?
So I suspect that that is part of their medical kit. I don't know specifically the contents of that individual orange box.
Okay. Let's talk about a medical kit. Is that also referred to as like a jump bag?
Yes.
Can you explain to us what a jump bag or a medical kit is?
Jump that direct to speculation since you already said you didn't know what's in the medical kit.
We don't need to talk about the orange box. I want to talk about it in general.
Yeah, I'll allow her to testify what may typically be in a jump bag.
So a jump bag or a medical kit, whatever you want to call it, is typically a box or bag or backpack that is taken from the ambulance or the engine, and there sometimes is more than one, depending on the situation, that contains some of your tools and treatment aids that you need to take to a scene. So you have lots of equipment in your ambulance, medications in your ambulance, but you also have these boxes or bags that you take from your ambulance or from your fire truck to where the patient is, whether it be upstairs on the 3rd floor or over here in the grass, so that you have the equipment that you need next to them to be able to assess them and treat them.
That medical kit, does it contain like the devices needed to monitor and complete an assessment?
Typically, yes.
Are we like the pulse oximeter that we were talking about?
Yes, typically.
Now, I guess let me ask you, in your review, did you ever see another or a jump bag or medical kit?
No, this is the only one that I've seen.
And tools taken out and used on Mr. McClain?
No.
Now, from what we saw so far in terms of that clip, from the assessment perspective, as a medical professional reviewing the actions of the paramedics, talk to us about if you have any concerns.
So immediately the concern is that all of the members of the fire department and the paramedic in this scene are approaching the patient, but just sort of observing them from a standing position, kind of over the shoulder and the back of the officers. There's nothing in this clip that suggests that they talked to the patient, touched him in any way.
See, okay. Now, jury can make their own assessment, but if there's a conversation or a Mr. McClain responding to Officer Redema there, can you tell us in the presence of a paramedic, why is that important from their perspective?
So part of your assessment is not just what you individually ask the patient, it's everything that you see and hear around you. So if the patient is interacting with another individual and making statements, that's part of what you put into part of your entire assessment. You know, he answered appropriately, he stated these things, he perhaps complained of something to someone else. That's part of your entire assessment.
Does the Aurora Fire Department have protocols and trainings on how to conduct this assessment?
So their protocols are not detailed in the assessment. It doesn't say apply the blood pressure cuff and inflate it in this fashion, but they do indicate that one should be assessed. And that's fairly standard in all education. Assessment is one of the very basic things that you learn even as an EMT and even more so as a paramedic, the kind of elements of an assessment.
Do the fire department's training stress the importance of an assessment?
Yes.
If we can continue playing Officer Green's body camera footage, please.
No, the doc, we had a suspicious call over here on Bill House, got a mask on his face, acting kind of weird. Nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him. He starts acting crazy. They go to handle him, he attacked them. Rosenblatt, he ended up trying to put a carotid on the guy.
Oh,
And
please.
actually.
Well,
with-
stop fighting us.
Was able to put the product on him, they put him out, they were able to get him out of handcuffs, we're still struggling with him, I have fire on scene. And that's where we're at, I just want to let you know, yeah, we did actually apply for product tonight, so.
Bless you. Thank you.
And the other one, I don't, oh, you got him? Oh, I didn't know that, okay, I knew you were busy. And just one other thing we did.
Is this his?
Yeah, that's all his, dude. That's what he was wearing.
It was used, okay, it was very minor,
So when the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go ahead and give him.
all the cops are okay,
Perfect, dude.
I appreciate it,
I
thanks.
don't know what that would be.
Whatever he's
Okay,
on,
all right, bye.
he has incredible strength.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy just right ahead of me, so.
And I had him in a bar hammer behind his back,
Bye.
and his arm was above his head, and he was still fighting.
Oh.
Anybody that can relieve me for a second?
Yeah.
Spitz.
During this period of time, do you have an opinion as to whether or not an assessment could have been completed?
Yes, it definitely could have been.
Did you see anything preventing the paramedics or medical personnel from conducting an assessment?
No.
I want to play a different angle. If we can pull up Exhibit
And
170.
Mr. Hope, maybe in 5 or 10 minutes, if you can find a good place to break.
Perfect. I'm almost there. Thank you.
Okay.
Exhibit 178, this is Officer Rosenblatt's camera. And we'll start at 22:54:41. Okay.
Acting crazy. They attacked them. I'm so glad he ended up trying to put a carotid on the guy. And actually.
Well, stop fighting us.
Put him out, they were able to get him out of handcuffs, we're still struggling with him, I have fire on scene. And that's where we're at, I just want to let you know, yeah, we did actually apply for product tonight, so. And the other one, I don't, oh, you got him? Oh, I didn't know that, okay, I knew you were busy. Just one other thing, we did have an officer get,
Yeah, that's all his, dude. That's what he was wearing.
used, okay, it was very minor.
So when the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go ahead and give him.
All the cops are okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Perfect, dude. Perfect.
We'll give that a couple of minutes and then we'll put him on.
Whatever he's
Okay,
on,
all right.
he has incredible strength.
Yeah, crazy strength.
So,
And I had him in a bar hammer behind his back,
yeah.
and his arm was above his head, and he was still fighting.
Is there anybody that can relieve me for a second?
Just 2 more questions, we'll go on break.
Sure.
I want to talk about that firefighter that knelt down next to Mr. McClain. Did you see that?
Yes.
Is that sufficient to be considered an assessment?
No.
I think this is a good time, Judge.
All right, folks, we'll take our morning break at this time. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case with anybody. Do no independent research, avoid any press coverage. We'll like to have you back in about 15 minutes. All right, the jury has stepped out. The witness may step down. If we could all be back in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, our jurors have returned and are being seated. Please be seated. The doctor is on the witness stand, still under oath. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. All right, now I want to continue playing another body clip, but I'm going to jump ahead a minute. Okay, 1 minute. This would be exhibit 179. This is Officer Green's body cam, which we had originally seen a minute before.
Okay.
So, Mr. McCray, if we can go to 225900.
Okay, so we come down then. And goes here. That one.
Well, it is. Okay.
That's all.
I mean, yeah, I think you're talking about that part.
Okay, yeah, 500.
You know what? I missed those at 225900. And this is exhibit 179, correct? Okay. Might mess that up a bit. If we can back that up to 2258 30. Okay.
Don't worry about what's he doing. He's like saying stuff, he's holding his arms in, he's like, I don't know exactly what that is.
My knee's on his elbow, dude. He ain't going anywhere. Frank, do you need a relief? No, I'm good. I'm just gonna pet him down, make sure he doesn't have anything. 'Cause we have.
All right. I screwed that up. I apologize. At some point, did you see an Officer Redeema pat Mr. McClain, ask him if he's all right or something to that effect?
Yes, there was some footage in which one of the officers asks him if he's okay.
Okay. Talk to us about any concerns, if you have any, from a paramedic perspective, when he's standing around doing that and Mr. McClain may or may not respond.
So I have concerns in general. As you can see here, there's at least three individuals. And I think for part of this footage, there was a fourth that comes in from the right-hand side of the screen that is wearing gloves. So it feels like it's probably part of the crew that are just standing around. They're not interacting. They're not assessing. They're not getting down on their knees. They're not asking anything. So they're solely just absorbing what they're seeing and perhaps what they're hearing around them.
Now, if a officer asks a individual a question and does not receive a response, is that something from a paramedic perspective you'd want to address?
Certainly. So one would normally, if you're asked a question, you respond. That's pretty typical unless you can kind of see that they're willfully not responding. And that's part of your assessment. You're seeing that a question was asked, maybe I didn't ask it, but he didn't respond in the way I would expect. So that should clue you in that something maybe isn't right and you should investigate further.
Now, based upon your review, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether paramedic Cooper and Chikuniak's failure to assess Mr. McClain fell below a reasonable standard of care?
I did.
And what is that opinion?
So my opinion is that they did fall below the reasonable standard of care,
Would you say that it fell shortly below or significantly below?
significantly.
I want to call your attention to the Aurora Fire Department protocols. Is there a protocol that requires vital signs to be obtained every 5 minutes?
It's addressed in, I think, several of the protocols kind of on a reassessment.
Okay. Can you tell us also whether that's taught in standard paramedic training?
Definitely. And it's not just every 5 minutes. It's at any point when you see a change in a condition or after you've done an intervention, given them a medicine, done anything, you do that and then reassess. It doesn't have to wait 5 minutes. There's no hard and fast rule that it's 5. It's at least every 5 minutes or sooner as indicated.
For a reasonably prudent paramedic, is this the expected course of action? To reassess?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just before break, we saw 2 body cam clips where there is talk about from an Aurora Fire Department firefighter or paramedic saying that they're going to use ketamine Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Talk to us talk to us about any dangers, if there are any, in injecting medication without an assessment.
So there's danger doing any kind of treatment without an assessment. So your assessment is what helps you to determine what's going on with the patient so that you can choose the right treatment course. And that's what the protocols are really based on. The protocols are based on a particular complaint or working diagnosis that you find from your assessment. So you can't really choose any kind of treatment until you've determined what's going on with the patient. So the assessment is how you discover what's going on. And that's part of the exam and the history and all of the things we've talked about previously. So you can't choose to treat them. And if you're just choosing a treatment without doing an assessment, you have no way to determine that that treatment's appropriate for that individual because you haven't assessed them and come up with a working diagnosis.
Are there dangers of medication, I guess, having adverse effects without, I guess, in general, when administering medication, are there dangers of adverse effects?
Definitely. Most medicines can have significant adverse effects, and the medicines typically carried by paramedics in the pre-hospital environment actually carry quite a lot of danger.
And are assessments designed to try to minimize or identify the potential for any of these adverse effects?
Absolutely.
With respect to pre-hospital care, talk to us if you have any concerns about the paramedics deciding to administer ketamine.
So just from a kind of overview perspective, it appears that they've made a decision to do a treatment regardless of what it is without doing any kind of assessment. So they don't have any of the information that they would need to properly diagnose the individual, the patient, with a working diagnosis. So what protocol are we working under? What do we think is going on? And that helps you to guide what is allowed within the protocol and what is the appropriate medication based on your education for a particular situation. Ketamine in and of itself is a medicine that has some significant danger. It's a sedative that can stop your breathing. It can cause you to get overly sedated, risks of aspiration. It causes quite a lot of potential risks, as do lots of medicines that they carry, but it's not a Tylenol. It's much more significant. And so something that you absolutely want to assess and ensure that you're using in the correct fashion and giving it appropriately.
So you mentioned the ketamine. Let's turn our attention to that then.
Sure.
As part of your review in this matter, were you provided with a training on ketamine by Travis Chambers?
It was.
If I could, Your Honor, publish Exhibit G.
You may.
All right. Is this the training by Travis Chambers on pre-hospital ketamine that you reviewed?
It looks familiar, yes.
And did you review this as part of your analysis into paramedic Cooper as well as Chikuniak?
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn to page, I guess it'd be slide 2. Next slide. Okay. Now, what I see there, I guess, what it says in terms of the dose, 5 milligram kg IM. What does IM stand for?
Intramuscular.
Ketamine, is this indicating that it's a weight-based dose or a weight-based dose?
Yes, because it indicates it's an amount per kilogram, which is weight.
And because I butchered that, can you explain to us real briefly what a weight-based dose means?
Sure. So some medications are dosed as just a standard dose for an individual. So you take 1 tablet of Tylenol, over-the-counter Tylenol, that's standard for adult patients, and it's not based on your weight or size. Where other medications are very much based on your weight. And so it would be a number of milligrams or a volume based on your weight. And the majority of medicines, particularly in the emergency medicine and pre-hospital environment, are weight-based unless they're just single dose-based medicines that are not weight-based.
A weight-based dose. Is this common with paramedics?
very much so.
The majority of medications that paramedics deal with are weight-based.
Yeah, I'd say well over 50%, probably more than 75%.
Is it part of standard training for paramedics I guess, do they receive standard training on weight-based medication?
Yes.
So what does the 5 milligram per kilogram mean?
So that for this particular medication, you would estimate or obtain the weight of the individual you're giving it to, and then you would calculate based on the number of kilograms that they weigh, 5 times those number of kilograms is the dose that you would give them.
All right. Now, I grew up with American education. The metric system terrifies me.
Yes.
Can you give us a rough calculation of what 1 kilogram to a pound is?
Sure. So it's 2.2 is the conversion, but generally you can kind of say it's about half, right? So if you weigh 200 pounds, you're 100 kilograms plus a little. But it gives you a general sense to work from. And although metrics are foreign to most of us in the States, it's very standard in medicine. Everything is taught in the metric system. So when I talk to my nurses about a patient and say, what do you think he weighs? We'll talk about it in kilograms, not necessarily in pounds.
Now, what does onset mean?
So that is the time that it takes for the medication to begin to take effect.
What does IM mean?
Intramuscular.
So does that mean, I guess, can you describe to us what that means, intramuscular?
So that line, well, intramuscular is an injection into the muscles. Typically, it's the muscles of the arm or the thigh or the buttocks are common places you do intramuscular injections. And some medications can be given by that route.
Is that what was given to Mr. McClain?
Yes,
The IM, intramuscular?
injection, yes.
What does duration mean?
So duration is the time that that medication effect should be present in the patient.
So with onset 1 to 5 minutes, is that indicating that's sort of when the peak, when you'll feel the max effects?
So the max effects would probably be within that range. The onset sort of says this is when it should begin. So in some people, maybe at 1 minute and they'll get a peak, a minute or two after that. It may be at 5 minutes and a peak a minute or two after that. So
And then it'll wear off within 15 to 30 minutes?
typically, yes.
Now, if we could turn to page 7. In terms of this slide, do you see, or I guess throughout the training, do you see questions on how to calculate an individual's weight and what the appropriate dose would be for that?
Yeah, definitely. So this one in the second bullet indicates the weight as 150 pounds. And clearly there's an arrow that I suspect in the training they discussed what would 150 pounds be in kilograms. And this is standard in all education. When I went to paramedic school, we actually had to get up on the whiteboard in front of the class and do the math. And that's not unusual in all these classes. You have to actually prove that you can do math.
And as a paramedic, are you also trained to estimate on how to estimate weight?
Yes, definitely.
Have you been trying to estimate my weight?
I can try.
I would prefer not, but I
Would you
guess
like to be skinnier or less?
way less. Point being is this a skill that you've learned throughout your time as
Absolutely. And it's a skill you use every day.
If we can turn to page 26. Now, does this training also warn the side effects of ketamine?
Yes, this talks about some of the side effects seen with ketamine.
Okay. Can we turn to page 27, please? Was Aurora Fire Department trained on the type of monitoring that's required after the use of ketamine?
Yes.
And what type of monitoring is Aurora Fire Department paramedics trained to do?
So even in their protocol, it specifically addresses reassessment of the ABCs and that they should be placed on the things that are kind of discussed in this slide, the cardiac monitor, the end tidal CO2 capnography, the pulse oximeter. They should have an IV established. They should have their blood glucose checked. I don't believe that that is specifically stated in the protocol. I'd have to relook at whether the blood glucose is addressed, but it certainly is touched upon from the perspective of other causes that's discussed at the beginning of the protocol.
Now, these things that we're talking about, the cardiac monitor, the capnography, the oximetry, are those all generally contained in that medical kit or jump bag we talked about earlier?
Yes, so these are the type of things that come off of the ambulance or fire truck in a jump bag or tool. The monitor typically is its own freestanding monitor, has a strap that you carry it with. So it would be an additional, it likely would not be inside the box, but it's something that they carry off the ambulance and fire truck.
Is it appropriate or typical for the paramedics to leave the jump bag away from the patient?
It's not very helpful when it's away from the patient.
Would you expect a reasonable paramedic to bring the kit over to the patient?
Absolutely.
Did you ever see that occur?
No,
Did you ever see any monitoring occur to Mr. McClain prior to being placed into the ambulance?
no.
Let's talk about the amount of ketamine that was injected into Mr. McClain. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this was the appropriate dose?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
I do not feel that it was an appropriate dose. It seems like an excessive dose for his weight.
Is it fair to characterize it as an overdose?
Yes.
Based upon your review of the patient care reports, I guess let me ask you, which patient care reports did you review?
So I reviewed the patient care report from Aurora Fire Department as well as the one from Falk.
Based upon your review, are you aware of what Paramedic Cooper estimated Mr. McClain's weight to be?
On their patient care report, I believe the weight was documented as 85 kilograms.
Again, kind of terrifying me here. Is that 187 pounds?
I'd have to do the math times 2, but close to that, yeah.
I cheated and used a calculator.
Good job.
Did it appear to you that paramedics Cooper and Chikuniak or any of the other medical personnel made any attempt to discuss Mr. McClain's weight amongst themselves?
Not that I could overhear or appreciate in the video footage that I saw.
In the video footage, did you ever hear them asking Mr. McClain for his weight?
No.
Now, let's assume it was true that they actually estimated Mr. McClain's weight and just got it wrong at 85 kilograms being 187 pounds. Even if that was to be true, what should the dose have been?
So it would be 5 times 85. So 425, if I did my math quickly.
I cheated again, 425. So are you aware of what dose Mr. McClain was given?
He was given 500 milligrams.
So being a weight-based dose, from the review of your materials, do you know where they got that number?
The 500?
Right. Based upon her review of the materials.
Well, there was something in the
I can try to
materials you reviewed. I'll allow her to testify to that, but otherwise you could rephrase.
Sure. Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Based upon your review of the materials, does the math ever add up to 500 milligrams?
No.
In your experience, who typically drafts the patient care reports?
So based on the materials from Aurora Fire, I believe it's a responsibility of the paramedic. Oftentimes, from my experience, multiple people on that team may begin parts of the report. So if the paramedic is busy doing an assessment or treatment, somebody else may be putting in the patient's, date of birth, maybe their medication list, things like that. But the treating paramedic is ultimately responsible for the contents of the report and can edit it and would be the person to finally sign it.
Do they typically draft the report as things are occurring or after?
So some elements may be inputted right then when they're there, but oftentimes probably not by the paramedic who's talking to the patient and assessing them, but one of their crew members may be putting in, the name, date of birth, whatever the little sort of elements that they're achieving. But typically it's something that you do after you've transported the patient, given a report to the hospital has taken over the care, and then that paramedic will clean up the ambulance, clean themselves up, and then we'll write the report. And it may be written right at that moment. It may be written even later in the day when they return to the station, depending on how busy they are.
My point being is, typically speaking, from a paramedic perspective, is there the ability to create this report after something occurs?
Oh, definitely. And most often it's done that way.
Not asking you to speculate, but what I'm asking you is if there's a possibility. Is there the possibility that the paramedics never even tried to estimate Mr. McClain's weight and just tried to cover it up in their patient report?
Sustained.
As to both, I could try to rephrase.
Well, it'll take some doing because it would be speculative.
Well, let me ask you this. What's the big deal between 425 milligrams and 500 milligrams?
So it's a pretty significant difference. You know, the dose is 425 versus 500, so 75 milligrams of extra medicine. And if you divide that, you know, by 5 per kilo, that's 35 extra pounds of person. That's pretty significant. If I could lose 35 kilos, it'd be huge. I think I said pounds the first time. 35 kilos is what I meant.
All that math hurt my head and I didn't have a
Yes.
calculator.
Sorry.
Um,
It's not insignificant. It's not a change of, you know, 1 milligram here and there. It's a pretty significant dose.
But doctor, when I hear 75 milligrams, right, I'm not a medical personnel. That doesn't mean a whole lot to me. I don't know what that means.
Sure.
Tell me from a paramedic perspective, from a pre-hospital care perspective, why, if it is concerning to you.
Sure. So all medications have an appropriate dose and then have a dose at which they are overdosed and potentially dangerous and fatal, and even with over-the-counter medicines, right? 1 Tylenol or 2 Tylenol out of your Tylenol bottle is reasonable. You take 100 of them, it could easily kill you. Same kind of thing with any medication used in the pre-hospital environment or in the emergency department environment. You have to use the medication appropriately. And most medications have adverse effects. And depending on the medicine, they can be very significant adverse effects if they're given in too high a dose, in an overdose.
Let's turn to page 29, please. I want to turn your attention to that last bullet. Everyone gets 500 milligram practice is not good practice. What does that tell you in terms of your review, or how significant is that bullet point in terms of your review in this case?
So I think it's certainly very significant. They specifically address that giving a single 500 milligram dose to everybody is clearly not appropriate and bad practice. And likely this was discussed about how it's so important to dose this appropriately according to weight.
In terms of the other bullet points, from a paramedic and pre-hospital care standpoint, your review of this slide, does it draw any concerns related to your review in this case? That was very vague
Is it?
word. I'm sorry. Everyone gets 500 milligram practice is not a good practice.
Yep.
Mr. McClain was dosed at 500 milligrams. You can't figure out the math of how they got to 500. Is that fair?
Sustained.
What are the dangers of overdosing an individual on ketamine based on what you see from the training?
I'll allow it.
So the previous slide talked about some of the side effects that are commonly seen that would even be seen at appropriate dosing. This slide specifically addresses things that can happen, kind of addressing at inappropriate dosing. It specifically says the respiratory drive should be maintained with appropriate in large letters, and appears maybe bold on my screen, kind of stressing the fact that if you give an inappropriate dose, there may be an effect on respiratory drive. And I expect that likely Mr. Chambers, when he gave this presentation, discussed that in more detail, as we do with bullets, and also discusses in the following bullet that large doses increase the likelihood of these side effects, emerges laryngospasm and laryngospasms and potentially respiratory depression. And he discusses that kind of in both of these bullets, the respiratory component.
I'm going to butcher this. Laryngospasm.
Good job.
Thank you. What is that?
So that is a particular side effect that's seen with ketamine, and it's kind of a dangerous and terrifying side effect where your vocal cords, which kind of sit at the top of your airway and allow us to all speak, can spasm, and so they essentially tighten up and can close your airway. If you think about your vocal cords, they're kind of a left and right at the opening of your airway, and they provide a little door, and so they kind of get tight and they get relaxed as we're speaking. And when they spasm, they get tightened up and they can actually close the entrance into your trachea so that you can't actually get air into your trachea.
Does that impair your ability to breathe?
Very much so.
If we can go to 54. Oh, geez. Page. The one with the side effects. That was,
That one. Yep.
yes. Next, back, there you go. Hypersalivation.
Mhm.
What does that mean?
So that means that they're producing more saliva than kind of typical. So we all produce saliva in our mouths that dries when we speak too much, hence I'm drinking. And when you hypersalivate, you produce an excessive amount of saliva in your mouth. So there's all this extra fluid in your mouth.
And what are the dangers of that extra fluid in your mouth?
So in someone who is awake, alert, like you and I talking, it's not particularly dangerous. You can always swallow that. You can cough it out into a tissue, if it's too much. Someone who has been sedated with a medicine like ketamine or any other sedating agent, they have less ability to protect their airway because they're sedated, just like somebody who drank too much at a college party and is too sleepy and doesn't realize they're vomiting. Same kind of idea. They can easily pull some of that saliva into their airway because they don't have the natural protective reflexes because of the sedation.
Could that cause aspiration?
Very much so.
Is there a slight risk or a significant risk of aspiration?
So anytime that somebody is sedated with a medicine that produces sedation, ketamine is one of those, there's many others, there's always a risk of aspiration. And it's something that any practitioner from the paramedic on through the doctor is something hyper aware of when you're giving a sedating medicine to ensure that their airway is protected, that they're not aspirating, something that you have suction at the bedside, you're constantly watching, because this can happen, especially the hypersalivation with ketamine, aspiration of just your regular saliva, or if they were to vomit or have anything else, you can aspirate that if you don't have those protective airway reflexes. And that is something you're always looking for in this type of a setting.
We saw in the last slide, page 29, that respiratory depression is also a concern. Talk to us about that. What is that?
So your respiratory drive is the part of your brain that kind of pushes you to breathe. It's kind of a complicated physiological process we won't get into, but your drive is the thing that makes you breathe. And so many medications can affect your respiratory drive, and particularly these sedative medications like ketamine can decrease your natural drive to breathe when you need air. Ketamine itself has some features in the proper dosing where it does protect your drive more so than some of the other sedating medicines. So some of the things we use in anesthesia or some of the other medicines I might use in the emergency room will actually have a bigger effect on your respiratory drive. And ketamine, you protect most of that if it's given appropriately at the appropriate dose. But as soon as you get into this overdose region, it suppresses your respiratory drive. And because it has this initial protective effect, sometimes it can be almost distracting to someone who's giving it, thinking, oh, it should protect their respiratory drive. But if you give them even a little bit too much, it'll stop them breathing. But it's something that you're thinking about in all patients that you're sedating 100% of the time.
Based upon your review of the materials, are there trainings stressing the importance to be cautious for the potential of harm in overdosing ketamine?
Yes.
With respect to the decision to administer ketamine itself, within a degree of medical certainty, did that fall below a reasonable standard of care
Yes.
by paramedics Cooper and Chikuniak?
Yes.
with respect to the decision to administer specifically 500 milligrams of ketamine within a degree of medical certainty, did that fall below a reasonable standard of care
It did.
for patient or paramedics Cooper and Chikuniak?
Yes.
Well, but wait a second. Does your opinion change if I tell you that 12 minutes before fire arrived, the patient complained that he couldn't breathe?
Objection. Scope.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Beyond the scope of expert opinion.
Sustain.
Let me ask you, do the police bear some blame here for not telling the paramedics? This is page 4194.
Sustained. I don't care whether it's in a report or not. That one's sustained.
All right. You're an expert in paramedic roles, correct? You're also an expert in paramedic protocols and training as well as pre-hospital care.
Yes.
We talked about assessments. Are the paramedics required to take police statements as gospel?
If this is the end, I'll let her answer.
Fair compromise, Judge.
Want me to answer?
Please.
No.
Now, you had talked about assessment. You had used the term reassessment. How does that relate to failure to intervene? Are they the same thing? Or are they two different things?
So the reassessment is the, as it kind of sounds, reassessment of the patient. So you've done something to the patient or there's been a change in their status and you re-examine them. And the intervention is whatever you would do based on your reassessment findings. So it's twofold but related.
Is a reassessment supposed to occur prior to injecting medication?
So it absolutely can in the right setting. So if you've assessed somebody, you've decided you're going to give them a particular treatment, while you are preparing that treatment, perhaps something changes or there's been a period of time that's elapsed while you're waiting for medication to be ready or available, you absolutely reassess them. And you should always, in a standard practice for paramedics, reassess right before doing a treatment or intervention to ensure that the situation of the patient, the assessment that you came to, is unchanged and that medication and that dose is still appropriate at that time.
Is that something that's taught in paramedic education?
Very much so.
What about the fire protocols?
The fire protocols definitely discuss reassessment.
In your opinion, would a proper reassessment have prevented the injection of ketamine?
It certainly could have. They had reassessed Mr. McClain. They may have realized that this may not be an appropriate medicine or that things have changed with his situation, and they may have rethought their treatment decision that they'd come to.
Does reassessment occur after the injection of medication?
Yes. So as we touched on, you want to reassess. Obviously, any change happens, reassess right before you give an intervention or medication, and then you reassess after to ensure that the expected effect of the medication is what you expected and to ensure that there's not been some adverse event or something has changed differently with the patient.
Is it standard and dictated by fire protocols that a patient must be reassessed after administering medication?
Yes.
Is it appropriate not to reassess someone after giving them an injection?
No, it's never appropriate and it's standard practice. The teaching is assess, reassess, do something or something changes, reassess them anytime. And there's even a sort of line that's used is when in doubt, reassess. If you're not sure, re-examine them, recheck them, make sure that you're where you think you are, or maybe something's changed. And there's nothing wrong with changing where you are going with the treatment because something's changed with the patient or you discovered something new.
Can you provide us an opinion as to Paramedic Cooper and Chikuniak's quality of reassessing Mr. McClain?
They didn't appear to reassess him at all in the video footage I had access to.
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, did that fall below the standard of care?
Yes,
Significantly below?
yes.
I want to now focus more on the paramedic's treatment towards Mr. McClain after the injection of ketamine. We talked about the monitoring. What does monitoring entail? Like, why are we monitoring?
So you're looking for all of his vital signs and the things that kind of are discussed in this training. And we've discussed, potential side effects and effects of the medicine to ensure that he is breathing, that the effect of the medicine is what you expect, that he is becoming more sedated, maybe not over sedated, that he still has a pulse and an appropriate pulse, that his reactions to you are appropriate. All of this is a gamut of reassessment, and that includes vital signs and examinations and talking to the patient, et cetera.
In terms of monitoring, is the purpose of monitoring taught in paramedic education?
Yes,
Are they taught on how to read the monitors and what that information tells them?
yes, definitely.
Are there things that the monitor are, I guess, designed to detect that can't be detected with the human eye?
Yes.
Can you provide us an opinion on Paramedic Cooper and Chikuniak's quality of monitoring Mr. McClain after the injection?
So it seems significantly substandard, other than maybe looking at him with his eyes. They did not appear to do any other monitoring.
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, or I guess to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did that fall below the standard of care?
Yes,
Significantly?
yes.
Talk to us about intervention. What is that?
So intervention is anything that you do to a patient or for a patient when you find something in your assessment. So maybe in your initial assessment, you find that they're not breathing, so you must breathe for them and do something to correct that. The intervention may be that I've noticed that they are responding not as I would expect to the medication I gave them, and you still need to intervene on that. So you do something, and the type of intervention varies based on what you're finding.
I want to play you two clips.
Sure.
Okay. Exhibit 179, that's Officer Green's camera at 23:01:55. Okay, back it up 5 seconds, please. Okay. Go ahead.
Right behind his ear if he fights, all right?
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works, and once it is, we'll go ahead, if you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff him, we'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just restrain everything. We'll give that a minute or two.
All right. Hey, Woodyard, Rosie, here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed, and then we're gonna restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
No, you're okay, I got it.
You guys have any extra gloves on you?
My back pouch right here, dude.
Okay.
They're extra large, just so everybody can fit them, but
Just to fill you in, lose contact if we're walking down the street wearing like a wrestling mask or something like that. Expect all these guys to getting down and getting in. No pain compliance, they're like completely for that. Limits, we still fighting when we got here. So I was excited to go in, that's why I was getting the 5 of Kevin, we had no idea as far as that's all. So we're gonna give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting to kick in.
Yeah, he's snoring.
Ready. We'll go ahead and uncuff and take him up to you. Is he in custody or?
yeah,
Sure you will be.
I'm sure he will be, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. so I can let the hospital staff know.
If he's not already.
All right. How's he? He seemed a little,
Yep.
okay. We'll go ahead and get him on his side and we'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first.
Okay.
If we can.
Okay. We good with that? Careful,
Yeah,
careful.
he's definitely.
All right.
Should I throw up on you guys?
So we'll put an end title, hanging on to both.
Give him some light.
And we can have that ready too.
Do the right one first.
Hey, Woodyard.
Come on, grab this.
I got it.
You guys got them?
We can put them on straight, so we can front.
I'm going to be asking you about red flags after Mr. McClain is injected. Can we play?
And
Oops.
if you can find a place to break in the next 5 or 10 minutes, please.
Oh, I didn't even notice the time. Yeah, how about I play this video clip and then we'll break.
Okay.
181 at 23. Oh, sorry, excuse me. This is Sergeant Nunez's body cam, 181 at 23:01:05. (23:01:05). Okay.
If we can.
Watch his head. Head. Dale, he's out.
Give him some light.
Okay. Have that ready too.
Good.
To the right one first.
Hey, Woodyard.
Yeah.
So we grab this. I got it.
Get it back down, we'll go up, straight up. Straight, so we take a fruit.
Got it. Good. Yep.
That's a good time to break, Judge.
Oh, you
Oh, okay.
you can go ahead and ask her questions about it so we don't have to show it again.
Fair enough. Did you notice any red flags from Mr. McClain after that injection?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about that?
Sure. So the first thing that kind of comes to mind is the injections given and paramedic Cooper kind of backs up and is standing again, not really watching Elijah carefully, and is actually overheard talking to somebody else about what happened previously, kind of historically, from what I can tell. And when he does sort of ask, is he, I forgot exactly the words he said, but is he kind of out? Is he sedated? It's not even him who reassesses it. It sounds like it's an officer who kind of taps him or slaps him to see if he reacts. That's certainly not what a reassessment's about. And then subsequent to that, they move him from the ground to the gurney. I think they use the word pram here, but he used the word gurney. And he clearly has no muscle tone. He's completely what I would call obtunded. He's so sedated that he has no reactions of any kind. Just kind of this flaccid individual. And nobody's doing anything about that. He's just there. They're too busy kind of taking off his handcuffs, leaning him forward. He's not reacting to any of this, which should flag anybody to say, this is not normal. This is too much. He also has fluid kind of coming from his nose and mouth that you can see slightly in this video. There's certainly additional footage I've seen that is very clear that also should bring to the attention of anybody that there's fluid in his mouth that he can easily aspirate. That's taught in the discussion about ketamine and the discussion about just aspiration in general. You have to protect people's airways.
And we'll be talking about the fluid in the fluid in a little bit. I wanted to ask you about the muscle tone.
Yep.
Why is the lack of muscle tone a concern?
So this should flag to anybody who's giving a sedation agent that this person is severely over sedated. So all sedation is designed to kind of slow you down some, to use kind of lay terms. It's to kind of bring that potentially combative or hyperexcitable or very anxious situation down a notch, but nobody should be sedated to a point where they're essentially under anesthesia. So when you go to the operating room, they put you under sedatives that are really anesthesia level to a point where you're not breathing on your own, you're completely unresponsive, you don't feel anything because they're going to do surgery on you. But never should that be the case in the pre-hospital environment or even in the emergency room. We would never sedate you to that point. We give you medicines where you're still reacting, responsive, able to control your airway. You may not know what's going on. You may not be able to answer me clearly and tell me, the history of your schooling, but you can still breathe and maintain your airway and protect yourself.
Now, when you say anybody should recognize this from a paramedic perspective, is this something that's trained to paramedics?
Definitely.
Is this something that a reasonable paramedic should recognize?
Yes.
Did Mr. McClain even have muscle tone prior to the injection, though?
From what we can see, absolutely. He's moving his arms, he sits up at points. There's the video footage where they roll him to search him, and he certainly is holding his arms up. They're not flaccid.
Judge, this might be a good time.
All right, go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research, avoid any press coverage. If you could please be back and ready to come up at 1:30. All right, our jurors have stepped out. The witness may step down. If we could be back at 1:30, please.
Mr. Slaughter was saying that he wants to signal to the jury, that type of thing. My concern with that is it's not picked up on the record. And so any reviewing court would see that. Any reviewing court wouldn't be able to see that. And I don't think the court would very much appreciate me signaling to the witness when I ask a question. So I just want to make sure things are on the record. And if he's putting his hands up, that's fine, but it needs to be on the record.
What, you want to say, halt?
Pretty good counsel.
All right. Well, at least from what I've heard so far, the witness gets it. So we'll see how things go.
And Your Honor, just to let the court know, I did email your clerk, who was kind enough to let me forward just a couple draft defense jury instructions that we may be able to start discussing later today. We've
Okay.
tried to pull that together. So I just wanted to let the court know we were working on that.
All right, thanks. Mayor, jurors have returned. Please be seated. The court will recall people of the state of Colorado v. Nathan Woodyard. Parties and counsel are present. Dr. Tereschenko is on the witness stand. Still under oath. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor. Much to the relief of many, I'm sure, I'm wrapping up here, okay? So let me just ask you a few more questions. Before the break, I played you a couple of video clips of what happened after Mr. McClain was injected with ketamine.
Sure.
In one of those clips, we saw fluid coming from his, or I guess, did you see fluid coming from his face from the gurney?
There was a small amount you could see on these clips, but it's certainly more evident on some of the other clips that I've seen.
And I'm sorry, did you say a small amount or a small moment? that you
Small
saw?
moment, like it's just a glimpse here.
In your review, did you see, I guess, get a better view of the fluid coming out of Mr. McClain after he was injected with ketamine?
Yes,
We've been talking about red flags. Is that a red flag too?
very much so. Yes.
Why?
Because the fluid looks like it's pouring from his nose and his mouth. It's probably saliva, maybe some vomit as well. It's hard to quantify on the camera footage, but it's something coming from his nose and mouth. And that is something that if you see, especially in someone you've given a medicine to, especially a sedation medicine like ketamine, you should immediately be hyper alerted that he's hypersalivating at the very minimum. Maybe he's vomited as well. There's a significant risk of aspiration. He doesn't seem to be reacting to it. So that means that he's not able to protect his airway, and it's your job as the practitioner to intervene on that to protect his airway so he doesn't aspirate that fluid.
See, when you say protecting his airway, are you talking about like coughing and that type of thing?
Yeah, so all of us naturally, when we get something in our throat that shouldn't be there, other than air, we cough, we gurgle.
Judge, she actually previously testified to this in a fair amount of detail.
All right, let me see if I can find it.
Certainly.
Okay,
Made it easy.
you found it before I did. Thank you.
Make a habit of that. So I'm sorry, where were we? You're
I was
talking
going to
about,
ask you the same thing. Can you please remind me
Yeah, of course.
what the question was?
I guess, why is the fluid that you saw in the video concerning to you?
So it's concerning. I remember now where we were talking about airway protection. So the fluid's concerning because it's pouring out of his nose and mouth. He doesn't seem to be reacting to it in any way. Certainly fluid in your mouth is something that you can absolutely aspirate. That can get into your airway, your mouth, and your breathing sort of airway is all connected. And it's something that any prudent paramedic, any physician, anybody in medicine would say, that's not normal. We need to do something about it. At the very least, reassess and likely intervene.
And when you're saying any prudent paramedic, is this something that's taught in paramedic school?
Absolutely. Yeah, airway protection is taught extensively.
What about the ongoing trainings? Did you see in Aurora fire training protocols, trainings and protocols, discussions regarding airway protection?
Certainly airways discussed, and there's even some discussion in the training we looked at before the lunch break. In the training we looked at before the lunch break.
From a paramedic and a pre-hospital care perspective, what is the standard when you see this fluid coming from a patient?
So your first reaction should be to reassess and intervene. You need to do something to try to prevent that fluid from being aspirated. That maybe turn their head, that maybe suction them, that maybe wipe it out with your gloved hand, wipe it out with the sheet, something to prevent it from going down into their lungs.
You said a couple things there. Turning the head.
Mhm.
Suctioning, talk to us more about that. Is that in paramedic kit, the medical kit?
Yes, so all ambulances have suction in them, and all paramedic kits have some degree of suction, a suction tool in them. They vary location to location what they look like, but there's some way to suction out the airway.
You mentioned wiping it away. Talk to us about that. That seems fairly basic.
It's actually very basic. So if you see somebody that's got fluid in their mouth or their nose and you don't immediately have the suction in your hand, maybe somebody's getting it for you, you can just take your gloved hand or even the sheet or their shirt or even your own shirt and just kind of try to wipe it out of their mouth so you get it away from, excuse me, the airway so that they're not sucking it into their lungs. So it's getting out of this area where they might potentially suck it in.
And while that may be, while I guess different people with different backgrounds may have different perspectives, let me ask you from a paramedic training standpoint, after going through paramedic school and having the experience, is that something that is required for them to be tuned in on?
Yes, protecting the airway is paramount. It's part of the A in ABCs of assessment and intervention on airway.
In those video clips, did you notice anything about breathing issues?
Yes, so
Potentially be on the scale.
Hey, I mean, I can go right to it as page 78, but I can direct her right to what I'm trying to talk about.
All right, why don't you do that? If you're director to
Sure.
the specifics, I guess.
Did you notice any agonal breathing?
yes.
Okay. What does that mean?
So the term agonal breathing is oftentimes referred to as kind of that breath that a patient takes either when they're about to stop breathing or just as they sort of take their last breath. It's oftentimes a very disorganized, not effective breath. Sometimes it's against what we call a closed glottis. So your airway is not really open, whether it be your vocal cords are closed or you're actually closed kind of there. You can't inhale against it. And so you're kind of making this breath that's ineffective. It's really not getting enough air down into your lungs. And you oftentimes see it when somebody's peri-arrest or just arrested, meaning they stopped breathing and their heart is stopping or has stopped.
And is this something you're trained on as a paramedic?
Yes.
Paramedic education? Or are we talking advanced education or what?
This would be discussed in standard paramedic school, the kind of things that you see and part of looking at effective breathing. You know, the mechanics of breathing, what's effective, what's not is discussed at length.
With all these red flags that are occurring after the injection, from a pre-hospital setting and a paramedic standard, how did the ketamine affect Elijah McClain?
Can you restate it again?
Yeah,
Sorry.
of course. And I'm honing in on your qualifications here.
Sure.
From what you see, how is the ketamine affecting Elijah McClain?
So he seems at the very minimum severely oversedated, probably not breathing or breathing extremely ineffectively. And I would, based on how sedated is, how unreacting he is, his ineffective breathing, those agonal breaths, I suspect that he's already arrested from a respiratory perspective and probably either arresting or had arrested from a cardiac perspective, meaning his breathing has stopped and his heart has stopped or is stopping.
What does that mean? His heart has stopped or stopping?
Technically, that means you're dead, right? Your heart's not beating, you're not breathing, you don't have a pulse, you're not breathing. You certainly can't rescue yourself. Somebody else has to rescue it at that point.
Did you notice the ineffective breathing prior to the injection of ketamine?
No, his breathing seemed appropriate.
Did you notice any signs of cardiac arrest prior to the injection of ketamine?
No.
With respect to the failure to intervene once these red flags occurred, what is your opinion on paramedics Chikuniak and Cooper's standard of care?
They did not follow the standard of care.
Did paramedics Cooper and Chikuniak provide the same care to Mr. McClain as would be expected by a prudent, similar provider under similar patient circumstances?
No.
What does that mean, prudent, similar provider in similar patient circumstances?
So a similar provider would be a paramedic in a similar circumstance, and a prudent one would be the one that acts in an appropriate way based on their training, their standards, their protocols, what will be expected of one.
When you're saying similar provider, are you talking about a person that has more experience and more training than paramedics Cooper and Chikuniak?
Nope, I'm saying somebody equivalent, maybe even a paramedic with less experience. You know, you should know this straight out of paramedic school.
We had been talking about the doses, 500 versus 425. What I didn't ask you is, do you have an opinion as to what the correct amount of dose was?
So looking at Mr. McClain in the video footage, he certainly is a small, slender guy, not particularly tall, certainly not obese, not a giant guy, wearing clothing, but not overly bulky clothing. And that shouldn't affect your ability to really assess him for his weight. You can always move clothing. And I think I would probably estimate him at being 70, maximally 80 kilograms.
70 to 80 kilograms is what to pounds?
150 to 160, 70-ish.
And
Sorry, I
so-
think in kilograms around weight.
And so 70 to 80 kilograms at 5 milligrams a kilogram, what would be the correct dose?
So that would be 350 to 400. So 5 times 70 or 5 times 80.
We talked about the difference between
Your mic is going.
I'm sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing you. Sorry.
I apologize. Is this better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
We talked about the significance between 425 and 500. Talk to us about the significance between 350 and 500.
So it's essentially the same significance, but even more so. So if his correct dose was 350 and you gave him 500, it's not 75 over, it's now 150 over, right? So it's double the overage. So the potential for an adverse reaction is even higher, right? So if you inappropriately dose, you overdose, the risk of respiratory depression, respiratory arrest, the hypersalivation, all the things we talked about previously is even higher because you're giving them even a larger overdose amount.
And this is all under the hypothetical, or I guess, is this all under the hypothetical that any dosage of ketamine was appropriate at that time?
Correct.
And what is your opinion as to whether ketamine was appropriate at that time?
I don't feel like ketamine was appropriate for Mr. McClain in that setting.
If I get 1 second, ma'am, and judge. Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Could I just have counsel step up real quick?
Dr. Tereschenko, I don't have any questions for you. Thank you for being here.
Excellent. Well, thanks for not asking me anything.
All right, may the witness be excused. All right, you may step down.
Thank you so much.
Further witnesses for the defense.
Judge, at this point in time, the defense rests her case.
All right. Any proposed rebuttal? All right. Folks, I'm losing track of time myself, but the first day that we got started, I told you that at conclusion of the case, the court would provide the jurors with instructions of law. That process typically takes a while, and the reality is it's unlikely we would be able to finish that and have copies for you this afternoon. So at this point, I'm going to release the jury. I'd like to have you back tomorrow morning as close to 8:30 as you can be here, so we can bring you up and the court will read the instructions of the jury and the arguments of counsel will follow. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research, avoid any press coverage, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. All right, our jurors have stepped out. Figure out where that's coming from. Did you mention that did you email those to
More.
Ms. Moore? Okay.
Fortunately, they are not voluminous, so I appreciate the court bearing with us. Yeah. See you. Thank you.
Just print them.
Yes. Looks like my internet. Thank you.
I'm printing something, but.
Your Honor, I know the court is engaged in reading the instructions we sent. At some point, would the court permit us to just renew our motion for judgment of acquittal?
Yeah, yeah,
Thank
I'll bring that. I just want to take a quick look at these first. Stickies.
Your Honor, I can of course format and be consistent once we land on.
All right, I'm getting to the bottom of the pile, I think. All right, why don't we go ahead and deal with the Rule 29 motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense at this time would move to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal. I'm not going to recite all of the evidence, but the defense did put on a rather substantial case in terms of calling a number of witnesses. I think now the court has the additional evidence to consider with respect to causation that includes evidence that Mr. Woodyard was not present for many of the events that were admitted into evidence as grounds for cause of death. We've also heard from an expert witness as to what amounts to an intervening cause. And I certainly understand that that is often a jury issue, but with all of these items combined, it just is clearly the case that no reasonable juror could convict Mr. Woodyard in terms of his rather, I think, distant relationship to all of the events. So with that said, we rest on the record and would ask the court to dismiss the charges.
For the people.
And Judge, there is certainly sufficient evidence in the record for a rational jury to consider both Mr. Woodyard's role as the primary instigator in causing Mr. McClain's death through the course of actions that he undertook, the omissions he made in failing to notify paramedics of the repeated breathing concerns of Elijah McClain, and then in encouraging and aiding in both the ketamine administration and movement to the gurney, and crucially as well, in pinning Mr. McClain down to the ground, not in the recovery position during the last few moments of his life. So we would ask the court to deny the motion for a judgment of acquittal.
All right. The court will note that the court and the jurors, after the close of the people's case, heard from Dr. Arnall, Mr. Walker, Mr. Chambers, former Sergeant Nunez, Sergeant Leonard, Mr. Woodyard himself, as well as Dr. Tereshenko. The court would find that certainly the jurors have much more to consider now with respect to the issues raised by Ms. Downing. However, once again, the court is not supposed to be the 13th juror in the case. And really, the additional evidence that the jurors have heard over the past couple of days, they need to determine the credibility of these witnesses and the weight to be given to the respective testimony. Based upon that, that's really the additional evidence certainly could shed some light on a number of issues for the jury, but they need to resolve the conflicts in the evidence and decide what weight to give to the testimony. So the court will deny the motion. Are there any, I don't see any, but I always ask, any lesser included or non-included offenses that are being requested?
You can have a second on that.
Okay. And for the purpose of the instruction conference, unless somebody that needs to watch this, I was going to go off air.
That's fine with the people, Your Honor.
Agreed, Your Honor.